Hello, good evening. It's Saturday the 15th. It's another exciting edition of Saturday Night Reaver. Without Reavers, as always. It has been recently, because it's all been about the other Titans, like the Iconoclast last week, and the this week it's 2 Warhounds, because they come in twos. And we've got one loyalist, one traitor. Legio Krytos, Legio Ignatum. That's the plan today. I'm going to see what I can get through today with these, and hopefully get somewhere at least, and hopefully keep the chat going. I've got my hobby fuel. I've got some out on the windowsill because it's cold outside, so they're perfectly chilled. As is the evening, hopefully. And thank you for joining us again. And well, where's my brush? Because I noticed with my spraying, because I was, as always, rushing around trying to get these organised. Because half an hour ago, these were grey plastic, along with the weapons and the bases. Because late home from work, getting myself cleaned and dressed, and obviously cooking dinner. It's all what goes into this high intensity programming on Saturday nights. It's all about getting things done quickly and efficiently. That's what I keep telling myself, at least. But anyway, how are you all today? Have you had a good week since last we were here? And what hobby projects have you been undertaking? So obviously, if you follow me on Twitter or Instagram, you've all seen the Iconoclast I've done for last week, which we started last Saturday and finished over the course of Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. And yeah, it's been quite well received, I thought. It got shown on the Hobby Roundup on Friday, which was always nice to, get on there. Hey, hello, Sif. You're on Custodes? I honestly, I never took you for a Custodes. But I say people like to expand their collections and start new armies. Custodes are, they're a nice army to paint up, because all that gold, all that bling, would look awesome. Especially if you're going to field them alongside your Titans. Felix, my goodness, Felix, you're getting earlier and earlier and earlier. You'll be on before me next time. Or was you waiting already? But hopefully you're okay and have been. It doesn't feel like it's been a week. Like, honestly, this week just whizzed past. Obviously done the live stream with Artist Empire on Wednesday, and which was pretty cool. But yeah, it's just this whole week. It's just zunk gone. Yeah, but Sif, you only need to paint 3, surely. They're a point sink, aren't they? Really, they're so expensive to have, and you're not going to have a massive army. So I can see the draw and why people go for them. Actually, I can't remember who was doing it now. Somebody posted on Twitter his like campaign, like the campaign system they've got in 40k, and to start off, he's got 3 Custodes. That's it. That's his entire force, which is bonkers, to say the least. But yeah, we just got to quickly go over with Lead Belcher over the bits that didn't quite get covered, because I have to do this outside and it's night time, it's cold. I had to shake the cans extra vigorously, but obviously in the dark I can't see what the hell I'm doing. So yeah, but as I say, they'd already been primed beforehand, so I'd give them a good damn going over with the old primer, and then just need to get the lead belcher on just to sort them out. Ecto, oh hello Ecto. Finally got my leopard print stencil. that is going to be wild. So leopard print. Now that's the, obviously we've got the Legio Oberon with the Tony the Tigers, but yeah, leopard print. That's going to be quite mad. I look forward to seeing that. It's yeah, I was I actually was talking with ADB the other day, and he never replied to the message I sent where was you aware when you was writing Betrayer that the Legio Audax would be harpooning Tony the Tiger? It's yeah, it was but I don't think anyone knew that Oberon was going to be that scheme until obviously Fordwell done the books for them, and it was like, ah. But I have seen some excellent. There's an Australian guy I follow. I think he's on the Eye of Horus podcast. I mean, Michael John, who's on Instagram. I don't think he's under Michael John. I can't remember what his actual tag is, but he's the Eye of Horus, one of the Eye of Horus guys, and he's done Oberon, and they look fantastic. Done all the stripes they've got, the little sort of tiger stripy bits, and they really do look the part. So I've been home all morning just priming Titans and organising Hobbit. It's always worthwhile. Hello MZ, hello. Those aren't free already, 3,000 or 4,000 points. Oh, okay. That's a lot more. It helps to run a rattle can on. Yeah, no, I normally run the sink and just let it bathe, just to sort of help get it in the mood. Maybe put some candles out, glass of wine, relax it, and get it going again. But yeah, a good bit of elbow grease just to make sure it's moving, and obviously get that rattle going. Hence the rattle cans. But yeah, no, you're right. Just get some warm water over it, or I'd say just let it sit in a sink or something for about 5 minutes. I tend to let it just brew before getting onto it and shaking the hell out of it and then letting it loose. Ecto may not believe that, but I have been warming cans for years. Exactly. Well, you get those little like warmers, like can warm. It's not. It's actually. I can remember it from camping, or like when I was young. The mum had this like thing you put around your cup, and it like had an element in it to warm it up. So it's like a little thermal jacket, and it was a spray can potentially would have fit in that quite nicely. I don't know if you can get them still. Probably can, but would it be worth it where you can just run a hot tap and just let it have a bath before letting it loose? Probably not. I wasn't sold on a leopard print until I saw Anarchy Models tutorial on. Yeah, well, Anarchy Models is where I've got my hexagonal decal stencils from all those years ago, and yeah, they're really good with their stencils. And I was not aware I'd actually done a tutorial for it, because I haven't been on their website since, really, because I haven't needed any other stencils. Legio Tony, yeah, Legio Oberon. You look up Legio Oberon, they're orange with black stripes, and the first thing you think of is they're great. It is a really nice scheme, though. That's the annoying thing. The orange is such a rare colour to have in most, 40k things, but that sort of colour with black and orange goes anyway. It's like black and yellow, really works. Black and orange actually works as well, which is, until you see it, you won't believe it. But yes, Rob. Good evening, Rob. That little project you're working on, your cargo containers, it's looking really good, mate. It's very, very cool. What made you come up with doing that? Was that something that was happening in the chat, or you just thought, sod it, I'm just going to do it? You went about Anarchy models for your flame stencils for Furins. Yeah. They said I've never had any issues with their hexagonal stencil, so I'd assume that everything else that they do is pretty good on the go, and it does what you want it to do. It was totally worth it, though. Like I said, like the Ignatum iconoclast I did, the first iconoclast with that hexagonal stuff. It just, it made the model, I thought. Let's say for the little bit of time and effort you got to do to clear those little bits, sticky bits, because they don't often come away as easily as you would hope. But you get it done and it's it's out of the way, it's finished, and you've got nothing to worry about. Just missed a bit there. So apart from that, everyone is groovy. You're hobbying. The Corvus Assault Pod. Yeah. Have you posted it up on Instagram yet, Rob, or is it just still in the early phases? Because he's making a Corvus Assault Pod for his 40k Titans. Did you do a small one as well? Because obviously with WhatsApp, I get all the photographs on my phone, so I check my phone and I go, "Oh, where'd that bloody thing come from?" And I swear I saw a small one. So was that you as well? Gosh. Good evening and cheers to you all. Thank you for joining. And it's lovely to have you here as always. I have one of the highlights of the week. The hangout on hobby. Especially when you're doing Warhounds. Right, so that's them covered. So I'll put them out of the way because I've got to do some. Let's call this black. Where are you? I'm trying to be organised, but it never works because I throw stuff around, and I shouldn't really throw things around because I'm sure that's probably in the box. Let's sort out where the hell you are. Mechanicum standard, there you are. Thank you. Oh, it was your one, excellent. Not in instantly, I want to shape it. Yeah, no, that's fair. You're a proud man. But he's going to look absolutely the nuts once you've unleashed that upon the world. It did just make me like giggle. So I thought, well, how cool is that? So this is what I was doing last night, was basing the bases. So this one with the battered up cargo containers for the Krytos engine, and and obviously I'll show you the Ignatum one once I get round to it. I've been digging through my bits box to find melter guns. Need to locate one more so I can have a few banks of melters next to... yes. I love that when hobbyists sort of go full on and commit to a project. Because, yeah, how else are they going to make an entrance if they haven't got melters standing by? So, like what they've done with the... the big... not Manticore. Oh, the big Mastodon. That's it. The Mastodon, where it's got those... And then assess this assault ramp, vamp, or whatever it's called. Yeah, no, it's just having that to burrow through the armour of its target and then getting the pod just rammed into its face. And then all the Terminators or Space Marines come charging out and kick ass. If you don't want to be on the base, get off. Well, if you're going with, to be honest, I'd go Tartarus, because they're coming out of a deployment pod right into the heart of something. So yeah, put Tartarus in there. You know, walking tanks. And there's a bowl in. Hi guys, we come here to relieve you of your life. And just blow the crap out of everything, or claw their way through for victory. It'd be intimidating as hell when you've got bloody Tartarus Terminators sitting on the doorstep. It's been rammed into something. It'll look awesome. Right. That's that one done. It says. Double check. No, there's a little bit there. I'll paint that silver and then I'll just dapple the metal on there. There is a single melter cannon like on the Mastodon at the top. Nice. Oh, Sif, controversial. He's going for the Tartarus Hermes. Controversial in the fact that he's agreeing. Yeah, no, you'd have to go for the heaviest dudes, because you're swinging that into like an enemy fortification or Titan. Just let the big boys come out. They'll just make their own way through whatever they're being deployed against. Been trying to resin print an AT scale trident in place for my AT Cerastus Lancers. Saw that Warcom article about nautical themed knights a while back, but that's probably our friend Lee Godden, because his Knights of the Kingfisher, or whatever they are the ones that have been shown up at Warhammer World, and he had he's a talented sod. But yeah, he had a very, very cool looking. One of them always reminds me of Big Daddy from BioShock, with the sort of multi-lensed helm. But yeah, no, he done something amazing with them. He also, I think, he was working on also doing sort of like tarot cards to represent each of the knights. I think so. It's like, you know, the Duke and something like that, but done like a tarot card would be, like, artwork wise. And I know there's another project he's actually working on, but I'm not going to tell what it is, and just save it for people to see when he unveils it. That'll probably get shown off at Warhammer World, I would imagine, as well. Yeah, so this is the base for the Ignatum Hound. A lot quicker than the other one. Never mind. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're fantastic. Caught a Fisher King. Thank you, Sif. Yeah. His the boy's got skills. And that is for sure. Right. I'm also, Rob, being extra careful with my precarious positioning of paint pots. I know you was almost traumatized last week. Cowering behind your seat, going, no, this is a dangerous position. We can't have paint pots like that. It's driving me mad. So yeah, just keep him out of the way. Out of harm's reach. Squeak, squeak, squeak. And in honour of the end of The Expanse, I'm wearing my Rocinante t-shirt. The last episode came to the world yesterday. I've watched it twice. But I do have hope, because the way they've done season 6, they've opened up the possibility. They've set in place. So if somebody did go and pick up doing The Expanse because Amazon don't want to do it anymore, they've set up that they could just go through. But in the story, in the book series anyway, after book 6 there is a 30-year jump. So it was a good place to stop it. If there was going to stop it anywhere, it would be there, because obviously 30 years, it's a bit of time, and obviously actors having to sort of age them up and stuff, all that sort of logistics. But they've got options, because they set things in motion by covering Laconia, because that's the third sort of story arc of the Expanse series. So you have the first one, which is the proto-molecule. Then it's the Inaros arc. Well, actually, no. Yeah. Yeah, because if I say other stuff, it might just give away bits. So I won't do that. So yeah, proto-molecule, the Inaros arc, which finishes in Babylon's Ashes, the 6th book. And then on to the Laconia. Wondering what chapter I should paint the Termes. Thinking maybe Blood Angels as they fought alongside Solaria. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think, because there was one of the Siege books when the lead Solaria warlord, but the one that belonged to the Great Mother, where her daughter is now the princeps of it. It came out of it didn't come out the gate. It was in the gateway. They were trying to keep the gate open as the World Eaters were approaching the wall. I think it was in Lost and the Damned or whatever it was, and it shot a certain someone in the face. but I think there was a lot of Blood Angels around there. So Blood Angels would be, you know, appropriate, I would have thought. Why not? Why not indeed? Fists yellow would make it good against Solari green. Yeah. Well, you say the Solari have red with them anyway, so that thought process, yeah. Or go no, yeah. Really, if you want them to stand out, it has to be fists. And thinking about it, now I'm not sure. It might have been in Mortis, or it might have been in Saturnine. No, I think it is Mortis, because they actually have a Corvus Assault Pod in action in one of the books, and Imperial Fists are in it. So, yeah, and options. You've got options, mate. Loads to choose from. They never addressed that whole. See, that's the thing, Ecto. It's by having that, it's dangling that carrot, because people will say, "Well, what about that? You know, that kid, the resurrected kid. What's the whole thing?" Or you buy the books or audio books and listen, because those two kids do have a part to play in the Laconia arc. So that's why I say it was very clever by the showrunners to actually dip into that sort of like the starting points, because what happens in season 6, you know, the little flashes to Laconia in the forests and all that sort of stuff, was taken from a novella called Strange Dogs, which was the name of the first episode, Strange Dogs, which explores the fauna and the flora of Laconia and what happens with the kid. So that does come back in Persepolis Rising, which is the 7th book, and onwards from there. So yeah, but yeah, from as a showrunner, yeah, it's a smart move. It obviously fills in bits and pieces of the story, but if they didn't do that, then that would be basically saying we're not going to do any more. I reckon there is a hope that there is more, sort of thing. Immortus fists with jump packs. I'm honestly, Sif, there was definitely a Corvus Assault Pod mentioned. So whether or not the jump pack dudes were in it and they've launched from it, but there's definitely been, because I was like, whoa, there's a Corvus Assault Pod being mentioned. So that just makes things a little bit more interesting. Yeah, but yeah, because I remember mentioning it to my friend who's an Imperial Fist player, that they basically go at it with thunder hammers, which is what you have to do against Titans. And seeing as like Sanguinius, I think, has the most engine kills out of out of most Primarchs during the Heresy. You know, it's he's killed a few, but that's what he does. He kills stuff. Right. I'll let them out of the way. Right. I have no plans on what I'm doing. Like, I never have a preconceived plan of what I'm painting where, in what colour, etc. And it is all down to getting there with the model, thinking, what shall I do, and go from there. So I'm thinking with this Ignatum one, for a change, I'm going to go with the rear quarters in yellow, and then do obviously stripes for them. Head, I like doing the heads yellow. It works for me. And then I was thinking doing like a half and half here. Now, I don't know if you guys remember when I did the iconoclast for Ignatum that had the honeycomb had sort of like a fiery line. So the main hexagon was red, but underneath was like a flamey sort of contrast going from, like, yellow into red sort of thing. So I was thinking about doing that on one side and then red the other side. That's what I'm thinking, although that might be a bit much on this. Because they're hexagonals, you don't really get to appreciate them that much. So actually, no, I'll stick with the stripes there and there. Yellow head, red, 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 and maybe the greave in yellow. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. I'm going with that. I've made a decision. I'm going in. Settles it, and going to fist it is. Yes, in Corvus. Jump onto Titan, disable void projectors, and then jump onto the next guns. Yeah, it's Frogger. They're playing Frogger in the in the Heresy. Going between Titans like that, that's just so rude. But that is the danger. Infantry is a danger to Titans, because it's hard to target them up close. They just get everywhere. So just blocking in the colours here, because I will be going over it all in with a wash. So as long as you just cover the areas, it doesn't really matter if it shows through. It doesn't have to be a perfect coat for the first one, because after the wash you'll be going over it again anyway. Well, I will be. You won't be. You'll be doing whatever you're doing. Either building the Corvus assault pods, cleaning up your hobby spaces, building Titans, doing whatever you feel is right for you tonight. So you, Sif, you still land bound, or are you off on your travels again? And are you going to be at Beachhead as well? Because I'm thinking about going down there as well. I missed out on the greetings from the warp. Get that in there. My curly tipped end brush. Splitting the hound box between two Legios stairs. Yeah, but Felix, there's like a problem with the Warhound box is that with your fire plates, you only get the designs for like one loyalist, one sort of traitor one. So in an ideal world, you would have, like with everything else, you've got double the like different heads. You've got your double these little things. You got two of them, and then you got two traitory ones as well. You've got all the options, but you haven't got doubles of these. Doubles of groin plates, but not fire plates. So I always say, if you're going to buy a box, split them. And that way you get two Legios. That's the theory anyway. It's not. Oh, back to sea. I don't know. I don't know. I thought I don't know. I know that Salute's not on again, which was a bit of annoyance because I thought, oh, after going to the last one, I thought, oh, he's have to wait till April, but apparently that got cancelled last week. Just cause a mutiny and detour the ship to Brighton. See if I know, just like fucking yeah, you little tinker, you trying to break my flow. Always busting my balls. Much like Toffee Troll, if he's about always tormenting me about turning knights into orky war constructs. He knows he upsets me. Then I am, yeah. Although I suppose I haven't done an Astroman, a dead Astroman for a while, have I? Get that there. Do. Gosh. What's that? Yeah, I was rushing back to make chili for dinner. And I'm starting to feel the burn. Gosh. Cool that down. Right. Divvy up the weapons. I just realised one of them might be for Audax. Oh, look, a pad. I was experimenting in colours the other day, as you do. Right. Sorry, let's continue with that. Get on with some red. Yeah. Make sure, Rob, make sure you know where you're going. Oh dear. No, Bournemouth. It's only about about 4 weeks away. Yeah, it's a month now, isn't it? 12th and 13th of February. My fist on is such a great colour. So the time we've got all these colours laid in, it's going to be like a howling griffin. Just looking at it. So. And again, when I do these, you don't have to be perfectly filled. Like run a gaps here, because obviously once I start doing the washes and stuff, that's going to be filled in anyway. So not a major issue. Toffee Troll. See, I've mentioned Toffee Troll. He turns up. Hello, Ruse. Reason why he was mentioned, Ruse, was that Felix was teasing me, and I just made the point that you like to torment me with your I'm going to get hold of a knight and turn it into an orc vehicle. So you two got something in common. The tormenting of a Lee. How are you doing anyway, buddy? You alright? What are you hobbying on tonight, or are you just popping in to say hi? I've only painted a full Axiom maniple, but I would never have attempted to do it with a hand brush. I say most of the Titans I've done have been done by brush. The only time I've really used an airbrush is for stenciling, or obviously when I'm doing stripes, because I have done stripes without airbrush, but airbrush does give you a nice cleaner finish at the end of the day. But yeah, it's mostly brush for me. I mean, the reason for that is, as I say, you just take your time. There's no rush really, and with like the models as well, because the way I do them, because I do like one layer, then I'll wash over it all. I can just touch up what I want, where I want, as little or as much as I want. You know, it's a lot more control. But then I'm not that precise, so it doesn't really matter either way. But yeah, as I say, apart from doing certain stencil work. I used the airbrush on my side Titan when I was doing the teal sort of stripes, because again, it gives it a better look than if you're brushing it on, because it did seem a little bit sort of like, you know, airbrushed on. So I thought I'd just copy that style, and it worked. So that's the main thing, getting it to work. Give that a little wash. Normal Titans. Well, big guys, yeah, it was a bit of a mix, really. Because with airbrushing, I don't use airbrushing. Sorry. I said it's mostly for doing stencils. I've always really just used it for maybe doing a base coat, perhaps. But yeah, I know like there's such talented painters out there, just like, oh yeah, I'm just, and you know, they can do amazing work with an airbrush, but that's not me, unfortunately. I'll just get on with it. Just get me brush, my little bent brush here, and yeah, I was also prior to going live, I was setting up my like I did last week. I had a lamp with me, but when I was just doing like the pre-show, the pre-stream workout, I was getting a lot of interference. It was like the lights on that, the frequency of them actually has the camera sort of flickering. So that would be not good if anybody suffers from epilepsy, because that's the last thing I want to do. Is like set somebody's off and having a fit. So I have to resort with the old sort of ring light I've got above me, with to provide the light. What did you do last night? Oh, I painted toenails on a warhound. I only have airbrush base coats. I'm not skilled. Same here, Rob. Same here. But you say, like, you see people using airbrushes, and what they do with them. You just go, how the hell are you managing to do that? It's just like bonkers. Yeah, maybe, you know, I missed out on so much with that. I've had airbrushes. My first airbrush was one of the GW hand flamer ones they brought out, where you had the cans of propane, that you would you know, strap them onto, then airbrush away from that. I may even still have that airbrush handle somewhere as well. Let it loose. I'll just give that a wash over. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me, sorry. It's chilly. Quite literally. It's chilly outside and it's chilly inside. You get a little more control with the brush as well. And you may notice I've just gone halfway there. I'm still thinking of doing the other thing the other way. We'll just talk about airbrushes. Stenciling. I'm definitely going to have to check out that Anarchy Models tutorial with that leopard print stencil. That does intrigue me. Not gonna do it, mind, but you know, it's I'd like to see it done. No, I stick to tiny tans. Yeah. Oh, well, seeing as you're all here, and I'm just going to put that to one side for now. There's a close-up of this fella. So when we go for our flyby, as we do on the odd occasion. There you go. Oh. Remember that red shoulder pad? Yeah, I'm much happier with how that turned out in the end. Not so interesting. Yeah, some prat forgot to put a decal in there, so I've got to try and salvage that if possible. Father of Monsters. I put the of there, but it's really hard to see because there's only so much I can do. If it gets, no, it's not having it. Oh no, there you go. No, get, oh, damn you. Oh, the autofocus. This is a rob. There you go. So Legio Krytos. Decals. I was quite pleased how the Ataris, the remains of the Ataris warlord turned out. Oh, thank you, Felix. I only play 28mm scale these days, Necromunda and Warcry. I'm excited to try the stencils, but it's too cold in the garage at Airbrush today. Supposed to get a bunch of snow tonight here in North Carolina. Carolina. I've got friends who are in South Carolina, and they've been saying like it's been really warm. Like last couple of weeks, they said it's been really warm over there. But that's where the world is a bit bonkers. I was quite pleased how the sword came out. Yeah. Oil washed it, mate. All my Krytos. And I've been magnetizing shoulder weapons. So at least I can swap in, swap out with them. And then, yeah. It's, I don't know if like, on Instagram, the curse of the WIP thing has hit, right? Because the picture the work in progress picture I put up of this, I think on Sunday, is like it just went bonkers. Like the numbers on there just went bonkers, right? I think it's like 4,700 or something like that, right? The finished product is only like on about 1,700. It's like, how's that work? It wasn't even finished. It's doing much better. But yeah, I'm really appreciative of it. It's just like it's not what you expect. Oh dear. It was crazy, isn't it? I just don't know why that happens, but it does. But yeah, no, this little beastie is, yeah. You may have noticed I haven't bothered with the like pennants that I have underneath the chest guns and the bottom of the lobster armor, because I don't think that Krytos would bother with that pageantry. They're like, you know who we are. We're just here to kill you. But yeah, it's definitely worked out all right, I find. So, but that red definitely, for me, that's a big thumbs up. But yeah, it has been warm and a single storm cell coming through. Hey, it's Ivy. Hello. Well, I was wondering if he was going to be dropping in today. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for joining, and I hope you have a pleasant evening. Are you hobbying tonight, or are you just popping in to say hi? Whatever, it's always appreciated. Will Lee, do you need a dead Magna, dead Crucius engines on your bases? You can have all my current Legios. I'll work on that. Right, oil washing. I will do. So when I get round to doing this dude for oil washing, which obviously I'll save that for next week and do that, and then you can actually see how it goes together. So it's actually quite fun. I say quite fun. I enjoy it. You're making a hideous mess of your Titans. You've got to make sure it's all prepped appropriately. And you're mixing up the like oil paints with white spirit and that. But once it's done, it well, as Nick Baton of Games Workshop or Warhammer TV said, it looked like you've been to a restaurant and you've had like sticky ribs. So it's like it's all sauce. It's very saucy. So yeah, it's my saucy Titan. trying to finish up my Blood Bowl chorfs. I'm sick. Oh, yeah. Oh. So you've not improved at all. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you do improve, and hopefully, some positive energy from all of us here, and we all wish you to get well soon. Okay, so do that. Get well. I dare you. I double dare you. We'll be adding some Victorum soon. Yeah, Victorum AD on Sif, if you're still about. What's AD's Instagram thing? Is it under AD? I can't remember. He does Legio Victorum, and he's got some of the best looking Legio Victorum Titans there ever was, because they are just absolutely fantastic. Yeah. So yeah, I'll paint him and get him underway, but oil washing I'll save till next week so you can actually see what I do. If not, I might just do a little tutorial video and stick it up onto the YouTube channel, because I really need to do some more sort of tutorial videos at some point. Chaos Dwarf Dwarfs. I'm with you now. I know where you're coming from. It's the Dwarfs. Right, yeah, I'm gonna Reddit. Fuck it. Pardon my French. So I've got to get this out of the way. So, hello. Because it's like down here, it's all like, but I need to be able to see what I'm actually doing when I'm. Oh bloody hell! It's like a halo. That's better, right? Right. So your Chorfs, is that your third or fourth team you've got now, Ivy? You've got the Orcs, you've got the Humans, and is it just Chorfs, or have you got another team as well? Because you were knocking out your models like there was no tomorrow, and obviously you got unwell, so that will hamper you. But there it is. Putting down a brush and forgetting where you put it. We've all been there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, obviously we need to get Lydens down with his Furians. Hey, Ryan Taylor, hello, welcome. Yeah, because your Solaria, his Victorum, Lydens Furians, I'd say probably Matt's, or even Simon Winter's Mortis, and obviously Phil with his Metallica. The list goes on. All the awesome painters we've got with Titans, as you expect in the Titans Owners Club. Yeah, this is my third team I've painted up and definitely slowed down. Yeah, well, if you're not feeling well, you don't feel like, oh, yeah, you don't have the motivation because you're feeling like crap. So it's understandable, You were on a hell of a run though, because it was like, what the hell is she painting now? Like all these models. And you was doing really well with them as well, which was very impressive. I was most impressed. So hopefully when you get back to feeling 100%, you can crack on with your Chorfs. Now I know what the official terminology is. I was just thinking of all those little names you put on them as well. Yeah. Yeah. If you're on Twitter, if you find an awful warm feeling is Ivy's Twitter handle. But she's got some really great projects that she's been painting, and her pinned post just will make you laugh as well. So yeah, definitely worth a follow on Twitter. So it's an awful warm feeling. Yeah, so definitely a fantastic hobbyist. Much like most of my friends, you're all my friends. You're all awesome hobbyists. So we're in a good place right now. Everything is groovy. Ooh. Sometimes even I make mistakes, but I'm not precious about it. Just carry on. Get it done, move on, then go back when you need to. Yes, the Marines with the big bomb. Once this team is done, I'm going to try and get on a streak like that with the 30k. Yes, definitely. Because we've got a date with destiny of heresy armies facing off against each other. Whichever one you're going with, I'll stand up against you and go, no, you shall not pass. In my best budget Gandalf, as Office would say. Right, let that have a little chill pill. Right. The good old Tamiya XF25, the light sea grey. Good old Bombiel. Dude, Rob, we're gonna have to get your Titans facing off and get a photograph of them, literally nose to nose. That is going to be the bollocks. Getting that photograph taken, that will look so good. That really will. I know. I have an eye for these things. I don't know if you noticed. I could take the odd snap. But yeah, that would actually look fantastic together, dude. So do it now. Get to the chopper. Now, Tamiya. Now this has been watered down. I say watered down, thinned. It stinks. It's not too bad, to be fair. It is a smelly paint, but it's consistent because you always get the same colour, pretty much. Whenever you're painting over, see, if it was a different base, it would be different colour. But yeah, it's fairly consistent and good in that respect. Although you have to do things in one go, because it does have a tendency to sort of go hideously wrong if you don't. So you have to go fast. You have to go fast with this paint. And you can't go over places you've already gone. It's like a very like plasticky setting paint. that it does what I want it to do, and that's the main thing. So you can just see there, if it focuses there, you can see I went over that and that's gone a bit crap. So this does work better in an airbrush, but even if you use an airbrush, it'll still come out the same look wise than if you brushed it on. So that's what I was trying to get to with the like consistency side of things. So you have to let them dry. And I've just realised I've missed these bits on the Ignatum one, so I'll have to go back to that anyway. But never mind, it's all good. Doesn't matter. Go back to it when I can. That's the beauty of hobby. Whoa. Wow. That's the plan. Rob, you're going to be at Beachhead. Oh yes, bringing Titans as I have. Yes. Knights too. Only bringing the Asterius. Yeah, that Asterius, that is something else. Don't care. It is gorgeous. So definitely worth admission just to see Rob stuff. So yeah, sounds like a month away. It's very subtle colour. You can't really pick it out on the camera. I'm looking at that going, can you actually see it? Yeah. The colour is there. It just shows better once I've done the washing on it. You can see it better once you get some agrax over it. Let's do the toes on the other side as well. Yep. Yes. Getting a lift from the forge, indeed. Yeah. And seeing the Asterius in person is a hobby bucket list. Yes. It is, as I say, just seeing those Titans is what it's all about when we do these meets and musters and walks or whatever. So hopefully that'll provide inspiration for you to get your Titan sorted out at some point. You're like a kid in a candy store, you will be. I've got to reload the beer. Boo. As I was saying earlier on, it's nice and cold outside, so Cheers. Right. So whilst that's having a little think on things, I'll return to this dude to sort out his shin pads, or no, not shins, mid leg sections. Get them. Get them. Gosh. One. Keep it mobile, keep it moving. Scratch your nose, and we're grooving. Bugger. Bugger. Bugger, bugger, bugger. Ah ha ha! Back toes. Calves. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, when you're trying to like compare these to like a anatomical some, you know, like that's like the top of the cup, because they're like knee joint, but then you got the return sort of, it's the dog leg, isn't it? So is it calves? This will be inspiration I need to extend my irresponsible spending Titan rewards. I did warn you. I did warn you. You can't say I didn't warn you, because I did. You can thank me later, though. It's Titans are the best way of being irresponsible. That's get in there. That's fine. Groovy, groovy, groovy. Yes, they're a lot easier to do than it looks. I really should do it. You should do a tutorial. Watch out, Ivy. I only wanted a single Titan, and those in name risk going to be spending far too much. It's a highly addictive road. I'm not going to apologise. I know that I've been very vocal about you doing more Titans. Maybe not as much as other people. But still, I definitely thought that you should do more Titans. I was trying to get you to get that Warlord finished for the last walk. But obviously they cocked up with deliveries and stuff, so he got it sorted in the end, and he looked amazing. So it's definitely dangerous. I'm up to Warhound in about 5 nights now. That Nemesis Titan calls to me. What Rob said just there, I never really liked the Warbringer until I saw what AD did with his, and then I was obsessed with getting one. I didn't like, and I've been on record many a times saying I didn't like the Warbringer. The head in particular, I didn't like the head. But after seeing other people's work with them, and actually obviously getting hold of them for my AT, I totally changed. I really, really do like the Warbringer. I would have liked to have seen a new Maniple brought out where you could have multiple Warbringers and have them as like a not just as a support titan, but as like a battle titan, you know, like a Corsair Maniple or something like that. You know, have more Warbringers out there. Not as expensive as a Warlord, but still a pretty formidable beast in the realms of battle. Definitely kick ass. Pardon me. And after I've used it in game as well, like I definitely thought that they are much better than you would imagine. So yeah. Although it's like with where they've been sort of going back to the well and using the old sort of designs and stuff, or like names, because as we all know, in the original AT, they didn't have the money to fund doing multiple Titans, so they done the Warlord model, and then they just done like variants. But all those variants should have been different Titans. So where we got the Warbringer, Nemesis, because there was a Nemesis Titan, so it seems like they changed the sort of the thing that it's a classification for Titans. So a Nemesis of a class which has the top hat of a higher class weapon, sort of thing. So like maybe if you had a Warlord but with a scale 11 weapon on it, because we haven't got scale 11, we've got scale 12, so I can't see him having a War Master class weapon on top of a Warlord, because that would just be stupidly bonkers. Especially seeing as it's over close combat or super duper plasma. So you used to have like you had like the Nemesis, you had Eclipse was a class of Titan which had mostly like lasers to it. You had Brain's gone bonkersly weird. My favourite, which was the Deathbringer, which was like had some really tough weaponry on it, sort of thing. It was like it was the it's a Deathbringer. It kills things. So you know, with all those different class of Titans, are they going to start bringing them into modern AT? I'd say, look, we've got a nice selection of Titans, but you know, we want more. We always want more. But the Warbringer was a good addition. I'm just hoping that the Warbringer isn't just a variation on the Deathbringer. As a Deathbringer, I would like to see the Deathbringer as a size 11. You know, a little bit bigger than a Warlord, not quite big as a War Master, but armed to the teeth with like Titan killing weaponry. Because that would just be amazing. So when we all go to bed tonight, let's wish and hope and pray to the Omnissiah. that they actually do it. Bring out the Deathbringer. The Warlord's completely done now. Base walls, tilting shields, etc. They went from my least favourite to between Reaver and Warlord. The Warbie is one of those titans that grow on you if when you're painting it. Yeah, it is. Like in AT, it's a kit that it takes longer to build than a Warlord. Warlords are actually quite simple by comparison, because there's a lot of like extra pieces you got to do with a Warbie. But yeah, it's still totally worth it. The only downside, I think, is a Warbie with a close combat weapon, because you got to do a lot of jiggery pokery with that to actually be able to magnetize and swap out if you wanted to give like a power fist, a Reaver power fist to a Warbie. But it just would have been nice if they had, you know, an adapter. You could just do that, but yeah, pain in the butt. But. Only, be honest, you only like the Warbringer due to the Quake Cannon. Yeah, I love Quake Cannons. Haven't got one for my big Titans, but my little Titans, they've all got access to Quake Cannons. And I think the only Legio at present, he says, no, actually, it might be two. I don't know. I think, yeah, I don't think I've got. Most of my Legios have two Warbies in, apart from Audax, obviously, because they don't have anything bigger than Warhound. But Solaria, I don't think, has got two Warbringers. And possibly Audax doesn't. Maybe even Fortidus. I need to find out now. Accessing details. See? Details. Titans. As I name all my Titans. Go to Titan production. So, can't see it. No, not happening. So much for this camera setup. It's a 4K camera, but you can't see jack shit. So that's what I've got. That's my to build list. Although two Warhounds can come off of that because they're built. So Warbringers, Solarian only has one. Ignatum has two. Krytos has two. Volcanum has. Oh, the Volcanum only has one as well. How interesting. Audax has one. Domitium has two. Fortidus has two. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 Legios have two Warbringers. So it's only Solaria, Volcanum, and Audax, which are missing out on the Warbies. And I've got one Warbie in my kits to be built, in my to build list. That can come off the unassigned because that is now assigned. So put that in there. So I'm just doing my housekeeping while I'm here, because I'll only figure out. Done. Thank you. Right. You named your Quake cannon Skybreaker. I salute that. Funnily enough, I've only got one. It's actually on a night, on one of my 28 scale nights. I've only got one weapon which has a name, and that was because I done a stupid mistake of asking ADB, would you name a knight? And he called it Faux Fucker. So I thought, well, I can't really call it Faux Fucker because that's a little bit, rude. So I named it on its. It was a Knight Warden. So I named its Avenger Cannon Faux Fucker, and I've written it on the actual gun shield, or sorry, on the side, on the armor plate of it, sort of thing. So it is the Faux Fucker, which when I have used it, it has fucked foes. So it does exactly what it says on the tin. Gosh. To be fair, if you get a war being close combat, there's something wrong. Dude, don't fear close combat. Just shove it down their throats. The first ever time I took Iracundus out, it was in an Apocalypse game, and back in those days of yore, people who had Reavers would normally just sit at the edge of the table and just fire, and not do anything. Just literally, they were gun platforms. And you sure he didn't say foe? Hello, Mouse. Welcome. Yay, Mouse is here. Everybody say hi to Mouse. He might have been, but knowing him, it wasn't. But I can't remember what was I saying. I can't. No, I've forgotten. I honestly cannot forget. I can't remember what I was saying. No, gone. Mouse appears and everything goes out the window. Maybe the chat will inspire me. Mouse, cheers. Oh, grass. Yeah, your little Titan group is looking very nice, Mouse, and those Volkites as well. I said I only bothered with the Volkite Disruptors with my lot, but after seeing what you've done with yours, they do look cool. Look very cool indeed. Reaver tactics, yes, Reaver tactics. Thank you, Ivy. Thank you. So yeah, so for the most part, people with Reavers stand at the edge of the board and go pew 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 pew. So the first time we were playing in this massive Apocalypse, it was like 40,000 points Apocalypse game, and in front of me was about 9,000 points of Iron Warriors with tanks and Marines and sort of servant sort of guard with cannons and stuff. I had, including Iracundus, I think it was about 4,000 points, which obviously Iracundus was a good couple of about 1,750 points, I think. It might not even have been. I think it might have been actually less than 4,000, because I had 26 models in total. So that was a couple of Castellax, some Phalanx, an Archmagos, and I think it might have been a Tech Priest or something as well. There wasn't a lot, and like my Phalanx was about 18 of them was Phalanx. So and the 26th was the Titan. But it was on a 6-foot wide table, and we went down about 20 odd foot the other way, sort of thing, because we had all these tables turned and side on and all that. And yeah, so I deployed it to the maximum distance, which was 12 inches. And then when it was we got first turn, so I moved it forward 12 inches, and the guy opposite me, Mellow Shade was there. Mellow Shade was at that game when Iracundus first took to the field, and my mate Simon, who was playing the Iron Warriors, he's gone, how far can that thing move? 12 inches. And he's gone, and you're moving it towards me? And I went, yes. And he just sort of like started to pale a little bit. And then I just basically was shooting him, he was shooting back and stuff. And then, because this particular Apocalypse game was meant to be Imperials versus Chaos, but not a lot of people turned up with Chaos. There was a few. Simon was one. And Mellow Shade turned up with his Eldar. So we had Eldar on the traitor sides, we had Eldar on the loyalist sides. So it was like the thing was that Eldar, they'd foreseen something and was trying to stop something from happening. The Eldar on our side had seen something and they were trying to stop it from happening. So that's why there was going off of it. But he deep striked a bloody Scorpion super heavy tank right in front of me, and he's going to Simon, goes, strip his shields and I'll shoot him. And he shot me with that thing, and it like reduced me down to like 2 wounds. I had 2 wounds left on my Titan, and I went, oh my god, that was just like but luckily I had reinforcements come in and blew him up. But that scared the crap out of me. All right, you're deep striking a super heavy tank, and then you're just pulverizing me with your pulsars. It was just like, it was 1 minute I'm like having a whale of a time just destroying Iron Warriors, and then I'm being shot to buggery by Mellow Shades and his Scorpion. Oh yeah, you Eldar, they always have it in for him. I don't know why. He's not done anything to you. Suddenly, Tonk. He's just like, hi, I'm a big scary tank. And I'm working with these Chaos dudes to strip your shields. But yeah, it took a long time for him to strip the shields, because he kept on rolling really badly with his because he was like guardsman firing artillery pieces. You got a Cobra. It's weird, right? Because obviously Mellow Shade did the dirty on me. That was the first time Iracundus took wounds, because it was the first time we played, to be fair. But my friend Mark, who'd come down from Edinburgh with like 7,000 points of Eldar in a duffel bag, he basically built his army primarily to kill my Titan, and he's told me that. Said, I've come here to kill your Titan. Unfortunately, he had to be on my side, so he couldn't kill it. So instead, he went and killed loads of Iron Warriors instead. But when a few years back, when they was doing the Battle for Cadia, the Fall of Cadia campaign books, we were playing in a local Games Workshop, and there was like me, Engine Phil, my friend Mike. We all had Titans, and I took some knights. I took all my knights with me, and we were like one side with some like Imperial Guard and some Marines and all that sort of stuff. And there was this guy who was playing Dark Eldar, and he heard that I was turning up with this Titan, even though I weren't the biggest Titan there. Phil's Warlord was bigger, but yeah, for some reason he wanted to kill me. So I went, okay. And so he had like the little warp portal things open up, and 3 Dark Eldar Ravagers, those like things with disintegrators. So like they're getting like loads of shots off and like go beep, 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 and trying to take the shields down. They took some shields down, but I still had 2 shields left when this Revenant Titan decided to have a pop, and he stripped the shields, but when it's firing, it didn't get it done 2 damage to me basically. So I was like, really, just I almost had flashbacks to Mellow Shade. AD's here, woohoo! Hi, AD dude. I was talking about you earlier on. Your ears must have been burning. AD has got the Victorium, Legio Victorium Titans, which you'll see if you go onto Instagram. AD, what's your tag on Instagram so people can follow you on Instagram if you want to put that in the chat? Yeah, so this Revenant has tried its luck and it's failed miserably. But in front of Iracundus was this Stormlord transport, which just so happened. I've told this story before. I'm telling it again because it's brilliant. Which had 20. No, sorry, it had. Did I have 20? It might have been 20. Oh no, it might have been 10. I had hoplites in it, and these hoplites have jumped out, and they've shot this Revenant, doing 20 haywire hits, which killed it. And then he's rolled to see if he exploded, which he rolled a 6, so he exploded. And then they got the big template out, and it said scatter, and it scattered onto an advancing Eldar war host, and it killed them all. So that little squad, just like MVP, just took out like 3,000 points worth of Eldar. It was a beautiful thing. It was beautiful, I tell you. Ras, epic Victorium, as it were. Yeah, but you look at AD's big Victorium, and then you can go, hey, they're really cool Victorium. And John, hi John. And yeah, be inspired, because he's yeah, it's the only Victorian player I know, but they are amazing. And they will inspire you to greater efforts. Oh, that's enough of me reminiscing. Oh, suddenly tonk. Oh. Right, where's me Corax? Oh. So, John, as you can see, I'm wearing my Rocinante t-shirt. Celebrate the expanse. Yeah, do you watch, John? Do you watch the Ty and that guy? They do like an after show thing for the episodes for this season. Definitely worth watching, because it's great to like hear the actors talk about their parts and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I watched the last one, which had Stephen Strait and Dominique Tipper on there, along with Wes Chatham. So you basically, Holden, Naomi, and Amos, sort of thing. It was just quite, nice just to hear them talking about their experiences and all that throughout the show. Such a good show. It's the best show. Really is. I don't know what I'm going to do now. Just watch it again, I guess. Kind of rude not to, really. So thank you for joining us again this evening. You guys did miss my earlier showing of the Krytos War Master. I will do another showing just for you latecomers. I just want, you know, I'm really happy with it, so I like showing it to people. I was saying earlier on about how on the old Insta the curse of the work in progress painting has kicked in, because it's my whip picture from last Saturday's show. It's doing so much better than the completed model for like its likes and stuff. So it just makes me laugh. Gosh. Wes is a dude. No, he's awesome. And the I was talking to one of my friends. I said I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's not seen it, so I can't really speak on an unsecured channel like this. But yeah, there's still sort of like things I need to sort of find answers to. Which, to be honest, is nothing to do with the story. It's actually like little bits and pieces. See, told you, Felix. You see Adie's work, you're going to be inspired. And now you're inspired. You're welcome. They really do look so damn good. And that's the beautiful thing, because it's a Legio that you don't normally see a lot of love going for them. It's nice because they stand out even better. Whereas when you've got, you know, loads of people, like Mortis must be really, you know, hard to get them to stand out, because there are so many Mortis engines out there now. But you know, some people have a unique sort of twist on the schemes, or obviously how they go about their sort of finishing and weathering of the models. Like, but you could, I reckon, like you guys have seen it, like where you've got Titan walks, and you see Matt's and Simon's Mortis together. You could like just say that they were painted by the same person. Really, they do look, you know, it's great when you've got that uniformity between them. Gosh. I love seeing people take on Victoria, and they need more love. Yeah, and you say you're the flag bearer for them, dude. Bit between projects now. My Greek side is essentially done. I suppose I should be basing my Trojan side. Yes, maybe you should, but obviously make sure you have plenty of beer. You've got to keep those beer levels up. Without the beer, you don't know where you're going to end up. I don't know. I can't justify that. Oh, you've been following up, even better. And they are just drawing. Yes. You know, it's been quite, being part of the Titan Owners Club has been really awesome. Like meeting most of the guys here at Titan Walks and stuff, and seeing their work in person. Like photos don't do justice to some of the painting schemes that you see, and until you see them up close and you can really appreciate them properly, that's what you want to be doing, really. Those little extra details here and there that just really sort of make the model pop and tells a story. Like the skull mask as well that you've done, which has inspired several people. 2 of which are here. Just I don't have the big version to do. Well, my warlord won't have skull. It's not that way. But AT wise, yeah, I've got a Krytos with one, and I can't remember what the other one is. That's bugging me now. I have to find out who the other one. I know I've definitely done 2 skull masks on Warbringers. I might have done one on the Warlord. You know, like you just doubt yourself. I'm at that stage. I'm doubting myself. Is this real? I just don't know. I just don't know. And I say, when you haven't got them right in front of you so you can actually just have a look. That's always a problem. White scheming. Right, once I finish with this white, I'll whip out the War Master again for you that guys that are only just turned up to see it. Not to see it, but you've turned up, but obviously you get to see it. Because again, photographs sometimes don't really do it justice, or do any sort of models justice. Seeing them in the flesh does make a hell of a difference. Even though you're seeing it on a computer screen, so I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'd really love to see a Titans on Parade Day at Warhammer World or something like that. It's great seeing everyone at walks, but it would be amazing to spend more time hanging out and a bit less. Yeah, obviously they started doing it, didn't they? Back in 2019, but the world got ill, so until we can get back some form of normality, which is the hope and the dream, it would be nice, because hanging out and just say, like, the amount of Titans that turned up, and obviously at that parade thing we did at Warhammer World, I coincided with a Tyrannus Owners Club meet as well. 2 birds, 1 stone, and you can set the record. Unofficial, but still, it's a record. Of 307 nights. And I honestly, like, organising that thing, it wasn't hard to organise. It literally just turn up, bring your stuff, take photographs and whatever. But we had one guy turn up with 50 knights coming from like the arse end of Cornwall. But it was the 2 guys that had driven over from Belgium. It's like they'd literally left at like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that to get over to England, to the Nottingham, via the ferry or Channel Tunnel, to participate in it. So that was like, kudos to them turning up. and you know, meeting up with like-minded knight collectors, and also seeing all the Titans that were displayed there as well. It was quite a good day, and they were doing the Throne of Skulls as well. Because as we was looking around at each other's like knights and stuff, it was like a car meet basically. But doing that, and everyone was looking over to like these 60 odd tables or whatever they had out for the Throne of Skulls, and we were calculating the points like of all our knights together, and the consensus was that we could probably take all those tables out. But then obviously if you're going to involve the Titans that had turned up, then that could throw things in a different way. Obviously we'll just split the Titans down between us. Right. He says, what's going on here? Yeah, especially if you aren't good at taking pics, talking about all my pics and stuff. Hey, your pics are alright. You can see exactly what you've done. So don't you be talking like that. You take good photographs and you paint good models. So salute again. Yeah, AD. I'm gonna have a look now because he does such lovely models. If only this camera would focus. There you go. A bit better. So there's some of his Reavers. So if you want to follow AD on Instagram, there you go. ADH333 _ painting. There's the skulls. Look at them. Oh, damn it. Look at those beauties. Skull masks. Oh look, there they are at a walk, killing things. But yeah, it's there you go. So if you can, no, you can't even see that. So the ADIEH333 _ painting. Give him a follow. You will not be disappointed. So while I was on Instagram, there was a message, but it was just one of those things where they say, "Oh, I liked your post." Yes. Yeah. So remember him from last week? Yeah. He's doing so much better than my finished pictures. So much better. But it's the work in progress curse again. And it's yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, that's what we were saying, AD, about doing some face-to-face photos for the next walk that you're at. It's very rich blue. And now hopefully you've got a few more followers as well, AD. So you're welcome. It is lovely to see, and like AD is a really, really nice guy. Everybody loves him because he's so lovable, and he also paints really well. So it's like, you know, it's all win. It's all win with AD. Right. What am I doing? No, seriously, what am I doing? I'm trying to find something. What am I trying to find? I'm trying to find probably over here. Oh look, there you go, found it straight away. Right, I'll do some dry brushing on the bases. Dry brush. Ba, 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 bo. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. Yeah, sorry. Before I do that, War Master. Thank you, AD. So, apologies if you see my thigh. I am wearing jogging bottoms. So, going into Mistron mode. So, that is the dude. With his little claw, his little scampering drill bit, and the melters on there. So I swapped over and just obviously magnetised weapons. So the flamer, I love the flamers. Probably not the greatest weapon to have on one of these dudes, but once focus gets in, come on, sort your ass out. No, you're not. Oh. There you go. So went with the little mortars on the top, because I just thought, yeah, it's Legio Krytos. They'll mortar the crap out of everything. And as I said earlier on, some buffoon forgot to put a decal in there, so I'm going to have to get onto that at some point. And I say, like, the dead Titan on the base is, I'm really, really happy with that. Even though it's just made from spare parts, because obviously I've accumulated a few over the course of years. But yeah, it's all groovy and grabby. It's gonna grab you. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. But yeah, they are. Takes a long time to do them, but they're certainly worth it to get done. And unlike the Ignatum one, I did magnetize this, so you may have seen the photograph that I posted where I swapped out that for a suzerain plasma destructor. The little decal bits there. So these I like on that. You know, it's like a little bit of a basic heraldry, but I don't see these guys being very flamboyant. But yeah, so that's the Typhorus, the father of beasts, father of monsters. Sorry, don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. It's almost like they're alive. Okay, right, back to basing. Right, so thank you everyone. Thank you Thank you very much. That red is Mephiston. I had painted that in the Corax White. So to tell a lie, because this is I based because Corax White don't do an airbrush version. I used model colour, white grey, which is not a million miles away from. I can't find my Corax. Oh, there it is. So it's not a million miles away from Corax White. So I nipped into Wayland Games last week, picked that up because I used that for basing, base coat on the white. So I did that on there, but it was too much white. I wanted to break it up a little bit. So whilst we was in stream, I put the question out there about putting it red, and I think Rob said yeah. So I went with it. So it was Mephiston red over what was that white sort of thing. So it was a bit lighter. Then I wash it with Agrax, and then I sort of dry brushed it a little bit with. No, I didn't dry brush it. I went over with a slight layer, of Mephiston again, but then I went lighter with a little bit of a very thin layer of, which I did dry brush. Evil Sun Scarlet, and then I went over it all with the oil washing and came out like that. But yeah, but that's the thing is, like when you're doing oil washings, it does totally change the properties of the look. So if you've got a very sort of light and bright sort of scheme, when you go over it with an oil wash, if you're using the right sort of colours as well, it totally sort of changes their aspect, and it gives them it turns that white into more like a bone white, which is looks cool. So yeah, so terribly worth it. I wanted to put some mortars on my 28mm Warby. In the end, turned out it would not simply fit. Oh, fingers a beat. Yes. Wait till you get one, Mouse. You definitely got to get yourself a Warby. Warmaster. Sorry, Warhound. Warmaster. One for each side. Go pew 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 at each other. Oh, always put out by the GW disclaimer. Not a toy. Hello. Yes, they are. Yeah, we all play with them. We know this. I can never get Mephiston to look that juicy unless I put ink over it. It's amazing what you can do with a brush and some wash and some more brushes and some more washes. Don't worry, I'll go for it with you. Don't worry. You shall do it, and you shall become super juicy with your reds. I don't know where I've gone Spanish, but I have. It's probably the beer. It's definitely the beer. You said orange. Yeah, I know you said orange. That's why I put the Evil Sun Scarlet on it. Because that comes out a little bit orangey. But nah, I couldn't do it proper orange because it looks more red to me. I know like the decals aren't red like the Solaria one, but yeah, I'm happy. Don't take it away from me. Hashtag worth it. Thank you. Yeah, I've got one. Well, I mean, in a box, but not sure what I'm doing with it yet. You're building it. You're painting it. That's what you're doing with it. I want to see you build one of those motherfuckers. Get it done. Become one with the machine spirit. You know you want to do it, so do it. There's quite a lot on that. back. If you're not yelling pew pew or daka daka or choom, are you even wargaming? Now that is a question. Everybody who does not make noises when they've got their Titans or their tanks or whatever in front of them. Any of you? If you say you don't, I don't believe you. You're either doing it silently in your mind because you're just sitting there looking at it, go, pew, 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 pew. But you do it. You can't help it. It's like a genetic thing. A residual sort of genetic thing where you have to go pew pew pew, tube, daka daka. Daka daka. It's the law. All the noise. Yeah. It's like with when I first took Iracundus to not the first time I took it, but when I took it and participated in the Adeptus Titanicus demo game at the 2017 Horus Heresy Weekender, and James Hewitt, who is like the main sort of rules guy for Adeptus Titanicus, was hosting this on the Saturday evening, and there was I with Iracundus, and I turned on its speaker, and every time I put him together onto a table, the first thing I do, once his head is in place, is activate the war horn, and he just was just so happy. James was like, I love it. And then I started doing like the gun sounds and stuff like that. Okay, I'm firing. And yeah, it's just added to my enjoyment, definitely. But he just went, I'm never getting tired of that. And yeah, it's so much more fun to make noises, and just, you know, it's your game, do with it. People look at you funny, they're just jealous. Why didn't I go pew pew pew? And you'll soon find people joining in with the pew pew pew. Everyone does it. Everybody does it. You got a tune. I think this has been on building and painting. Yeah. Actually, I'm just gonna show. Oh yeah, it's here. So activate sound. Hopefully this will come out. Yeah, I don't use that one. But yeah, it's just something I picked up for just a little app on my phone. just to put it in there and to throw it out whilst in the middle of battle. Ooh. Actually, yeah, so for those few of you who've not witnessed Iracundus in the flesh, I can actually, so don't know if you can hear that, but that's his normal war horn that he uses. But I have experimented. What am I saying? Experimented. I have used this one before. The old T-Rex from Jurassic Park. But yeah, he's No. But that's the one I normally use. So whenever I put iracundas together, I fuck about with it a bit, and people know it's there. So this is like his wake up call. Oh, yeah, everyone does it. See, still needs a clown horn. But say the walk before, like the last walk, right, Rob? You was in the middle of the table. What was I doing down my end of the say table? It was the floor. I was playing music half the time. I was taking requests. The dangerous left flank, where me and Ben Greaves were. We were there. We was up against. We were outnumbered where we were, but we played music. We done Warhounds. But the walk before, I let Leiden have the access to the Bluetooth speaker, and then next minute we're listening to sea shanties. Yeah, I think I did play ABBA a couple of times as well. You know, to get you in the mood for fighting, of course. I say again, Mellow Shade was with us the day that I accidentally triggered my iTunes after doing some Warhounds and started playing Erasure's A Little Respect. At which point people just started looking at each other and then like just started singing along. I tried to discover a little something to make me sweeter. So, I'm dry brushing Tyrant's skull. Around and around. Now, when you say clown horn, or do you mean like the circus sort of thing? Your dancing queen, yeah. Oi, 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 oi. Left flank was Disco Alley while we were doing order winning in the middle. Excuse me. If it wasn't for the fact that people were, you know, we were killing Titans and then they're coming back in front of us again. So if we weren't doing that sort of, oh, once your Titan dies, bring it back on again, we would have cleared our flank and we would have been marching up the table. Because that's what we do. Yeah, we were there. The dangerous left flank. We were on it. We were taking it out. See? Told you we played Dancing Queen. Imperial March, you know, that's a standard, you know, tune that you play. Back in Black, yeah, we actually because Ben Greaves wanted me to play Back in Black because it was like one of his mates' favourite songs. So he was doing a video as Iracunda started playing Back in Black and, you know, AC/DC, and just went from there really. And he was happy. So it was a good musical day. I found we had all the tunes, we had all the laughs, we had all the destruction. We killed and we killed and we killed. Oh yeah, grab me a beer while you're there, please. Bodies at the floor would be mine. I'll play that next time. Use Ursus Claw and Keyboard Chain. It would look epic. Are you planning on coming on a Greetings from the Walk demo? Right, I didn't. Somebody mentioned that the Greetings from the Walk was in April. So the first I heard of it was tonight. So depending on what day that falls. So if you know what the date is, let me know, and I'll see if I should be able to. But it's just my boss's birthday's at the end of April, and he's already booked off that weekend. So as long as it's early April, shouldn't be a problem. We were there the day the Emperor died because of disco. Okay, it was disco's fault. Blame the disco. It was a great weekend, but I was only there for one day. Yeah, as I say, it's just one of those things with that month was a tricky month because that was August, wasn't it, last year? For that, yeah, it was August, and then you had the Greetings for the Walk was in September, wasn't it? So yeah, August is always a bad month because school holidays and children need to have things done to entertain them. So yeah, so one of them. So obviously, I suppose, yeah. Yes. Oh, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So that shouldn't be a problem, I wouldn't have thought. Titan Day is the 9th. Okay, so I will look up. I won't be able to get it organised till Monday because I need to book off some days for other things later in the year. So as I've got my usual Star Wars roleplay weekend, which is the last weekend of October again. So I've got that to book in. And yeah, so I'll have to do that on Monday. So Titan Day, April the 9th, I shall get that sorted. And then was that Northampton? That one? It was Northampton, wasn't it? Because it was near to Milton Keynes. Ooh. That is a cold beer because it's cold outside. All right. So, bum flaps. Right. Yeah. Right. I'm going to have to run inside because I've left my what do you call it? Bicarbonate soda indoors. So if you don't mind just keeping put for about 40 seconds. I'll just put the trainers back on because it's wet outside. And I'll be right back. First one. That was less than 40 seconds. So again, it's how I stick things, by bicarbonate of soda with super glue. So move that away. Over there. Yeah, so this does look dodgy. So it instantly sets the super glue. Yes, it looks a bit white, but once that's had a bit of time to sort of chill out, I'll give it a brush over so it'll go sort of transparent, to be fair. Actually, get the precision stuff out. Looking forward to everyone soon. Yeah, Northampton, yes, excellent. And you're back, well done. Welcome back, Mouseboat. Much like myself, just returned from a glorious excursion. So yeah, this, for a second there I thought I had a ghost in here, as you often do. First thing you think of, I've got ghosts. Right, so that's solidly on. Next up is this dude. Some more. Make sure. That's it. He says, unconvincingly. But yeah, so that dries on pretty. It's like concrete, pretty much. Once that's dried, whatever Rob makes, it's always amazing. You can't wait to see. I'm frantically painting it tight and ready for April. A thing, can't spoil it. Haha, damn you. Blown away, Rob. Thank you. Still working on 2929 AD, and today was the first day I tried carbon soda trick and super glue, and it works very well. Yes. Especially when I'm doing basing, it just makes it so much easier. So always do it onto a card, because then you can salvage stuff that you don't use. Nice. Yes, so that's them stuck into place. Get another brush. And just brush off the excess. So once we've gone over with agrats, which we'll be doing in a moment, it's not going to stand out at all. You get there, you get there, you get out of there. Help you pick. Well, I just subscribed. Actually, I think I have to go to your Twitter. Oh, what to build, eh? Knights, that's a Mars, I like to call the Mars Beta Reaver with the Chain Fist, or Acheron and Castigator. Are we just out of two photographs? Are you saying I'm going to build the Knights and the Reaver versus the Precepts, the two Warlords, and the War Master? Because I'm going for that one. Just to keep you occupied, Mouse. Yeah, that would have been fantastic to do two more. You've got a couple of months. Here's hoping. Yeah, I believe in you, AD. The Greeks of Venator light maniples have their side down. Reaver, 4 Warhounds. Trojans are the Myrmidons, so 2 Warlords and 1 Reaver. These are Trojan weaponry. Trojan war ponies. Yeah, I was like all of it. Oh, you'd go with the Acherons and Castigators. I'm going with the other option. Myrmidon all the way. Get those big boys and girls out and killing things. So I did wet the brush before putting into Agrax, just to make it flow better and something not so dark. But then on the metal, I will go as neat as possible, as in, you know, undiluted, not as in like being careful. Under the sea, under the sea. I like it better down where it's where to take it from me. Upon the shore they work all day, under the sun they slip away. Under the sea. And again, with the washy side of things, you just really want to get it in. But I said, when you're on the lighter colours, you really need to wash it over more. Not so much on the reds, on the lead belcher in particular, but on yellows, like Corax whites and stuff, you need to water it down so it doesn't take it too far down on the colour that you're trying to do. And again, adding water when you're doing the base as well helps it just flow better and not so dark. But I do like to put like sections like neat again, just to give it a little bit more sort of changing of the colour. So it's not just all one colour as such. I did a horse icon on a Reaver. It's what my store had, and I was weak. Not weak, assertive. You knew what you wanted, and you got it. And now you are surrounded by awesome. Yes. Agrax is the greatest. I can't. I honestly, like, I know I have used Nuln, but I don't remember when. But since Titans, I've not used Nuln on bases or whatever, anything really. It's not my bag. I like how the metals come out in Agrax shades. And I don't mind getting messy. I'm not afraid. I ain't afraid of no wash. Achilles and Paris. Patroclus. Although, kind of shouldn't need do them both the same, because obviously that was the whole thing, because he took his armor. Just saying. I've watched Troy enough time to know it's true. What we got? I love that you traditionally brush paint as opposed to airbrushing. And then get what, brush like that? I don't throw brushes away. I just keep them all, and then I'll find uses for them. But yeah, this is you know, you buy all these specialist shading brushes and stuff. It's yeah. I don't. I just whack it on. And then so water it down for the whites. Yes, it's not neat, it's not tidy. Just make sure that you get where it pulls. A little bit of pooling's not bad. A lot of pooling is not quite what you're after. And if you get too much, just wet your brush and go over. So where I've done that, that's quite a lot there compared to there. Get the water on it. Spread it, move it, shift it, put it onto the metals. Don't let it build up too much on your whites. And because it's so fluid as well, you've got to keep checking. It sounds like outside some of the boys' racers have turned up, dudes. Like in our cars, you know, with our like speaker systems going brrrta. And what are the hip and trendy youngsters of today are doing? Gosh. Oh yeah, it's like, you know, 11:15. Let's go to a car park near a residential area and start playing music loudly. Why didn't you just go somewhere else? Maybe we should have had more food before beer. Well, as I said earlier on, I had a chili, which was quite nice. But obviously, that's probably the amount of bread, because I like to get like French stick and, like, you know, eat my way through the chili by dipping and stuff. I'm just like, it soaks up so much. But yeah, I'm. It's the last beer I've got with me. I had one with dinner, and then obviously I've had 3 here. I know that there's more inside, but me being absolutely half cut is not the greatest way of doing a hobby hangout, really. Agrats, instant 40k. grimdark in a pot. I was relieved when I found out that Forge makes models look like that using a brush. Yeah, well, last year, if you were following me last year on Twitter, I had an incident where some guy, well, it was Goonhammer had basically shared a link to one of their articles, or somebody was asking about Legio Ozydax, and because I'd painted Legio Ozydax and Goonhammer had used my pictures for their thing, for their article on Ozydax, and I gave how I went around painting them. So they posted up there, and some guy in this group was like saying about, oh yeah, I hate GW paints and it's airbrush. I airbrush. I just do airbrush. And he was being very dismissive, and I didn't feel like personally attacked. I felt bad for the Goonhammer people that shared that, and I was like, well, dude, like not everybody has airbrushes, you know. So you know, it's all well and good doing painting tutorials for people with airbrushes, but if you don't have an airbrush, or you don't have access to it, or you don't know how to use one, what's the point of doing it? So I just do everything mostly with brush. I don't do details with airbrush or anything, so I just do it with brushwork. So and with these guys, you can do that quite happily because you want them looking dirty, grimy, beaten, battered, and all that. It adds to the illusions of the realism. But yeah, it was just, you know, I was more upset because somebody else had shared my sort of scheme, and I was being criticised sort of for it, for using GW paints. It wasn't a direct attack, to be fair, but it was just wrong what the guy was saying. Or how you go about things, because as I say, so many of us don't have access to them. So why would you do a painting tutorial of something if you don't use it or can afford it? You know, most people can afford, well, I don't know if they can afford Games Workshop stuff, but you know what I mean? It's like, you can't just do that. You've got to be able to sort of like doing paint tutorials for everyday folk sort of thing, you know, because a lot of people that I know used to get sort of very sort of like wound up because they see all these like great painted models and all that, and it's trying to replicate them. Whereas I cannot abide doing complex things. It's quick, down, and dirty with me. And so I just showed them that you don't have to be scared. You can do something and make something look half decent, even if it's not like, you know, display grade, but it can still look good, you know, and you don't have to worry about being tidy, messy, or whatever. You know, being messy actually helps sometimes. Yeah. So, but using washes is just really helpful, to say the least. I never get the whole Nolan debate. I once bought a part, it's still 3/4 full. Rarely use it. Yeah. I mostly use oils for my Titans anyway, the vehicle. It's like, you just use what works, you know? And I say, and in here, like we've, you know, each week we turn up, we hang out, drink beer, do some painting occasionally. But it's great having you guys about, because obviously I'm doing something and you go, hey dude, why don't you try that? You know, and I can take that on board and it's helping me out. And then like somebody else says, oh, I've tried this. And it's like a knowledge dump. You know, we've got people of different sort of backgrounds, different sort of techniques and all that, but we can share that information here quite happily and, you know, drink beer. So again, thank you everybody for coming along and hanging out. Hair sticks for life. Yeah, once a brush really reaches the end of life, I use them as bushes on base. See, look, again, you know, we learn something new. He uses dead brushes as bushes. Genius. I prime airbrush because of Georgia humidity, yeah. But everything else is done by brush, yeah. Oh, and I found that a use for kitten brushes. They make great stippling brushes now. What was no, it's dry. Was it no dry brushing, like makeup brushes or something, like blusher brushes? I think people use them for dry brushing. They're probably quite good. Oh bloody! I'm playing catch up now. Oh, JS Idaho, hello. I will confess, I also prime with an airbrush because rattle cans kept making my models look like I dipped in shit. Sherbet. Oh dear, thank you. Sorry, JS, hello again. Sorry. I use kids' dabbing sponges for my Solaris dabbling and stripes. Yeah. See, look, I've got stuff here. It's like, oh, look, see, packing case stuff. Yeah, or I brought some home. I don't really know. Maybe priming is a pain unless you have perfect conditions and a perfect can. Yeah. Again, leave it for 10-15 minutes. 100% guaranteed smooth paint. At least you don't have neighbours banging out Spanish polka. Really? Different. Down 80, I get 28mm Titans. That's smooth and blended with a brush. Those are some serious skills. I can't get my little Titans half that smooth. Yeah, and obviously that's the thing. Like cold's one thing, but humidity is, yeah, it's just damp and wet. It's never good. Time for a new box of my AT finished stuffs, so I can actually glue the Warlords together. I love GW's black, but it's hard to have a day to make use of it here. We got to get you to move, Mouse. I'm sorry. It's not going to help your hobby. We need to get you in a more sort of clement, pleasant climate. I don't think that they are smooth in person, but I kind of like it. But let's say it gives it a bit more character, a bit like roughage. And really like the texture on Rob's engines. I used a lot of washes and tried to blend it out. I only use cheap car primer, quarter the price of GW spraying, very hard to scratch. Yeah, that's what I prime with Halford's grey primer. It takes a long time to use an airbrush as well. It's just another tool. Again, like as most of us here now, like using it for like base coating. But you know, you got to take your hats off to those people that can do amazing stuff with their brushes. I'm not one of them, but seeing what they can do, you think, well, that's amazing. It is amazing. It is a skill, you know. But just, an airbrush can be helpful, but when you're doing sort of like painting guides and stuff like that, you got to cater for the masses. And until such a time as like airbrushes for all campaign kicks in and, and everyone starts airbrushing and all that sort of stuff, yeah, it's not going to happen. But yeah, so you can achieve so much. Just again, like the old too thin coats, that does help. You know, it takes longer. You know, and those of us that are patient like me, but you say you just do it, get on with it, and get it sorted. I'm just put that on there as well to help that dry out a little bit more. I've got to catch up with all these chats. Having a good old conversation here tonight. It's brilliant. Also add some old finned GW blue ink to the mix, which adds the vibrancy, which helps to blend it out. There's another hint for people. And Rob, yes, Titans shouldn't be super clean. They're always in Warzone and getting banged about. Yes, exactly. You know, that's what I do with Space Marine. Space Marine, yes, nice parade ground finish and all that, but they're in the middle of the war zones. They're being fragged and cracked and lasered to death. So yeah, put those scratches on there. See, Felix has got some ideas. Oh, skipped again. Oh my god, there's so many more paint tools tutorials compared to 50 years ago. No wonder people get overwhelmed. Yes. I'm getting a good amount of painting done for the first time in a couple of weeks thanks to the stream. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Keep it up. Get those, I've forgotten the phrase, choffs. Get those choffs done. I can't wait to see the mini Victorian. Please keep me in the loop. I have a little maniple myself, but struggle with the scowl. Would definitely inspire me on. So, reinforcing each other's hobby. That's what we're all about. That's what it's here for. This is a good hobby hangout. I'm loving this. I agree, Mouse. It feels like a lot of paint developed now and in the last 5 years really made painting a lot easier. For sure. Makeup brushes are amazing for dry brushing, but they wear out really fast. There you go. My best blush brush is now a dry brush. So that's recycling or upcycling, you know? Yeah, but make old things, yeah, up new. You're giving it another purpose in life. There you go. Now some makeup brushes for DB as well. The kitten ones are the ones that Hobbs hate. Your cat is not sitting on you, is it? If my mum could see me now actually buying makeup stuff for my toys. I used to take her down to the store and buy her little pigtails and everything, and she just uses it to paint her toys. It makes our mama's bosom swell with pride. That's what I like to think. For dry brushing, it's worth investing in the D range of Ortis Opus. Expensive brushes, but really good results. There you go. A recommendation from Rob. Going to have to agree to disagree there, Rob. But you do you. Yeah, we better wait for Lee to catch up. I'm getting there, all right. I'm getting there. I need to move for hobby. I said that, yes. Lol. Not a good experience with Opus range mouse. Not for the price, no. So close to my first AT family pick. Oh, family picks are just the best. I love. That's why I do them so often. Just get them in there. Expensive, yes, but they're decent quality and they're far cheaper alternatives, though. Yes. And Edvin, dude, have I missed it all? You've missed a lot in the last sort of hour or so. We've been having a great time, but yeah, it's only going to be enhanced by you being here as well to join in the fun. I've started using Mona Lisa brush cleaner, just another brand, right before using brush soap. It seems to help brushes much cleaner. I occasionally use brush soap. I only got it recently, so I'm still working on that side of things. Kids are wondering why I'm laughing so hard right now. Let them wonder the mystery. Mum, why are you laughing so much? I'm not going to tell you, kids. There's this thing where I don't know what it was. Somebody said like what you should do, just to some random person, just like go up to their house and leave like a watermelon on their doorstep. Just like a watermelon. So when they come out, they go, "There's a watermelon on my doorstep," but then they'll always be wondering why there is a watermelon there. That's one little thing. You wake up in the middle and go, "Why was there a watermelon on my doorstep?" I don't know. But yeah, it's just one of those crazy things that crazy people do from now and then. Right. Yes. So I was, wow, that's warm. As I said, I've got the little oil heater. You can just see that red thing there. That's an oil heater because I'm outside in a shed at the bottom of the garden. Well, Sam's office at the bottom of the garden, and it would be freezing in here if I didn't have that on. And I've been sticking the Titans as they, and it's helped dry them out because of the heat rises. So that's helped them dry out their wash situations. So get that there. All right. Is it better than brush soap? What's your best dry brushes, Mouse? Not by itself, but it's a conditioner as well, so it's cheaper than Winsor & Newton brush restorer. Either some synthetic 1/4-inch chiseled or angled shaped for my cheap as fuck makeup brushes, but I clean them just like I do my other brushes, which helps, I think. Yeah, it seems quite pricey in the UK. So I think I've caught up. I've caught up with the chat. Woohoo! Do I get a star? That's the thing. It's like with oh, what is? There was a floor polish engine feel put us onto, which it was a pledge floor polish, you know, but you use it through an airbrush as a varnish on tires and stuff. And it's something that I use through the airbrush to actually like varnish Titan's pries at oil weathering, because obviously you need to protect the paint from the fact that you're adding oil paints plus white spirit. So yeah, you have to make sure you've got that on and in place. Right, brush. Oh, thanks, Edvin. Pledge floor polish. There you go. And thank you, Mousebait. I'm assuming that is 2 stars, or are you launching a terrifying assault with turbo lasers? My little angled flat brush is my favourite at the moment. Wish I could. I use all sorts. I like flat brushes for dry brushing more than any other kind of brush. But I have used, like what I was using for doing the wash earlier. I've used that for dry brushing. Yeah. I use it all the time and really helps with oils and enamels. Smells nice too. It is not bad. You gotta give it that. Funny enough, I couldn't get pledge here, so I had to use used for doing canopies for aircraft. I have to use mop and glow. I like to mop and glow. Our figure of Homer Simpson was Mr. Sparkles. I knew what you was trying, Mouse, and I love you for it. Thank you. I feel extra special. So, back on the Mephiston side of things, going over the red that I've already painted, but not doing the whole, just hitting sides, edges, just to lift the colour back up, not trying to get it into the little crevices. That will be bad. But that helps give a little bit more definition to the colour that you're putting down onto your Titans. Makes them look like glass instead of plastic. When the local store does 60% off something, I pick up angled or whatnot. I like synthetic because it lasts better. Yes, I'm really shocked at how well it works. Lol. Okay, building Warbringer. This is your fault, Lee. Woohoo! Glad I could have helped. Warbringer, they are a cool kit. They really are. And I say I would love it if they brought out a mana pool with more than just, because you get like 2 Warbringers. I want more Warbringers. Treat them like bloody like a Corsair of Warbringers, please. That's my dream. Let's get in there. Absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I bought Volkite cannon and I forgot about it. You bought all the Volkites. You got them all, mouse. Every last damn dingo one. Don't know why I've done an American voice for dingoes, because it's Australian. But I'm not one. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, Tom. Hello. Dude. Hi, chaps, chapasses. Been lurking here while I watched The Witcher with Sarah. Hello, Sarah, and I hope you enjoyed The Witcher. Is it season 2 you on, or you started from the beginning? What you're doing? But welcome, as always. I wish I knew some of the other scale model tips and tricks now, but back then it was very rare to talk to another modeler. I mean, Bellicose with Cannon, I'm totally not Volkite, right? Yeah. You're Volkite obsessed. You've got them all of them. You've probably got like the most Volkites in North America. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to mount a Volkite Destructor and a Warbringer now. It would be nice. Volkite Destructor. if they had a Volkite Destructor for Warbringer, I would be really quite happy. So we're in a hoppy. We're in a happy hoppy zone. Everybody's getting groovy with the stuff if they're hobbying or if they're watching Witcher. Or whatever you're doing, it's good to have you all here and hanging out. The usual Saturday night Reaver fever. Funked out beaver. Yeah, no Volkite. I'm sad. I need more. Good stalking around the room pose, Lee. Sorry, I just noticed the pose. Yeah, boy. Again, it's all about just angling. Obviously, the standard pose is one thing, but I do like twisting the torso one way, but with the head snapping back the other, because it just reminds me of Alien Queen from Aliens. You know, when she gets punched in the face and she goes, and Velociraptors from Jurassic Park. So that's what I think of them. So again, like twisty heady. Oh. You right there, dog. Hold on a sec. What are you on about? Oh, come on then. That was Timmy. So yeah, that's a dog. It is a dog. His name is Timmy. I bet you're happy now. He's a weird one. He's very weird. Anyway, sorry for it, just you alright? What are you doing? You on a pillow? There you go. Timmy. So yeah. Bless you. You gonna calm down? No barking, thank you. Yeah, he's not very well at the moment. As you can hear with his he's been smoking 20 a day. I'm gonna get him some more steroids. But yes, you're not tuning in for dog news anyway. Yes, who woofs? So I'm catching up again. Right, where are we? Right, yeah. So I've ordered a new warlord from the outpost and found my Volkites, and they're complicated. It's almost like they designed them as 28mm. Why aren't they out for them? They will turn up at some point. They're getting through them. They're doing them. You know, Gatling blasters, Quake cannons. They'll turn up because obviously they're all designed. As you say, they're all upscalable for 28mm. So I'll get round to it eventually. That's some point. I'll go right. So many places. I just painted the worst looking plasma coil in my career. I want to see pictures of that plasma coil. So send them over. I'm not judging you. Grass. Yeah, what I say with my plasma coils, I've been shakes it up. Using this P3 blighted gold. So it's I need to put some ball bearings in it because it's clunky and yunky. It definitely needs lots more shaking than just like 2 seconds, but it definitely needs something in it to stir it up. But I've been using them on plasma coils with Agrax and then just dry brush over again. It does make a difference. It makes it look good. Ah, yeah. So you're doing like the like white, like inking over the blue on those ones. The easiest way of doing plasma coils like them, if you're going for the glow that I've used personally, was doing like obviously ceramite white on the coils and then just going over it with Macragge glaze. I suppose you could probably use Telesar contrast now as a replacement for that. But yeah, it was the shade or glaze they'd done, the Macragge blue, or was it Goodeman glaze? Goodeman glaze, I think. But that's what I used to do, just do that and then just sort of dry brush over the ribbed bits with white again, just like in a central bit sort of thing. And that just worked really well on its own. I haven't tried it with Telesar, but because I'm now going more just the metal sort of thing without the glow, yeah. So Telesar will probably do the same job if you've got Telesar contrast, but over white and then just pick out the ribs again. Right, let's. Pretty much the heater. I always said Lee was the god of posing titans. Thank you. Always gets really dynamic and natural looking poses. I honestly, I'm just all about the sort of like the ergonomic realism about it. You know, titans. You know, you're not going to get like a warlord doing that sort of pose. So obviously, you're a bit more conservative with that side of things. Reavers, you can be a little bit more dynamic. These guys, you want them running. That's what they do. They run around. I'm sort of get mine looking sort of okay-ish. Oh, yours look pretty good. I'm not, you know, you can't deny it. They do look good. Use white oil wash to make a really nice glow effect. Yeah, Timmy. Just watched animated Witcher origin story on Netflix. Felt very Castlevania team did it, but great background to the series and games. Might check that out. You all right? Are you all right? Oh. Oh, bless you. Yeah. So it's not a very he has it every now and again. He just needs to get his like medication sorted out again. So like it'll go because it's been cold and damp basically. It's like he's like an someone from like the early 20th century after World War One and like TB. But yeah. Oh, and kidney issues. Oh, bless her. Yeah, no. So pet wise, last year. We lost 2 cats. One was cancerous growths and basically had to be put down. She was gone, and she was such a nice cat as well, Lego. And then Ruby went sort of October time, and again she was like 14 years old, but she was a very active cat, and the next minute she's just not eating and just went. So I hope that you're. I'm not even going to try Chewini and pull through, and hopefully everything will be okay. All right. I like plasma coils in copper, and they use gloss Reichland flesh shade. Looks really effective. Yeah, it's got any pictures. Yeah, she's a rescue. I got her about 8 years ago, but that was when she was 5 to 7. Yeah, so. Yeah, you're going. Yeah, I know what you're doing now. Yeah. I just that's sort of like advanced for me. I just keep things simple because I just get scared. I get scared. I don't like change. I'm quite lazy. I tend to do metal work up to silver and then go over a badger miner to a ghost tint. Ooh, a bit of tinting. I'm stuck in the 80s with plasma. Got to be glowy green plasma personally. Green is fine. I use blue for Volkite myself. So I use red for Volkites because what was it? It was one of the Talon books, I think. Because the Volkite, it's not like a beam in that. It's like you see these like little like circles decreasing, and then the beam. Looks cool, but as long as it goes tune, we don't care. I've not used white ink yet. We'll try it over my next plasma. I bet you could use warp lightning contrast. I haven't got that one myself. My Reaver can ballet dance. Oh, what Stompy? That's a very high leg. White ink is nice, quick, and way for intense glow. He has a cold. Used it for the Volkites and the eyes of my knights mostly recently. Looks like it's settled down. It's like a Lilo pump. All right, Sif, take care, man. Thanks for dropping by, and see you again soon, dude. Until until April, I guess. I won't see you. All right. Take it easy and safe travels, sailor. I use lilac purple for my Volkite. Orange and orange. Yeah, orange. Because again, it's like with the box art. If you remember the first Titan battle group they done, and the plasmas on that were yellowy orange sort of thing. So that's why on my Ignatum ones I've done yellowy orange on them. Although I think I've done the same with my Ozidax as well, because it will give a good contrast against the blue and white of the Ozidax scheme. So it just makes it a little bit more interesting. Yes. Well, that's what I like to think anyway. Right. Where's the, oh, there it is. I'm going to actually change the water. Oh, bless you. Well, thank you for hanging out with us, Ivy. As we said earlier, I hope you get well soon, or weller soon. And yeah, I'll check up on you tomorrow, Monday, and see how you're improving. So yeah, lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining in, and you get some rest. All right, night night. Right, and while she settles down, I'm going to go get some water quickly. Clean water. It's kind of important when you're doing yellow, or trying to at least, anyway. Bits, yeah, orangey for Volker, like the actual weapon bits superheating. Arse. Arse. You know, mate? Wait. Get away from there. You've just been drinking. Don't get in the plugs. Ugh. Right. Here's the patient. Timmy. No. Come out. Out of there. Timmy. Right. No, he doesn't want any attention, obviously. He's a dog about the house. You settle down. You'll be alright. Yes, that was Timmy. Not exactly an extreme close up. I tried an actual white hot heat on the Atrapos lascata. No, he's not going to eat Titans. Titan snacks or any other sort of snacks. Thank you very much. Trying to get my Titans eaten. Thought you was my friend. Anyway, the Titans are up here. He can't get up here. I'm also going to have to bail. I loved hanging out. I don't normally get on live and have to catch up when I can. Hope to do more of these. Thanks for having us, Lee. Take care all. No worries, AD. Always welcome, buddy. We're here every Saturday, unless I'm not. But yeah, more than welcome to come back anytime, dude. So you get rested and we'll catch up with you again at another time. Yeah, it's nice having you on board, dude. And the world is a better place for everyone hanging out tonight. Dogs can't climb. Although I was actually quite impressed by it, like, because I saw a fox in our backyard and it scaled a 7 foot tall fence. And it's like, because I always assumed they were sort of like a part of the dog family, but it's like they're half breed dogs by cats, and cats and dogs make foxes. And it just freaked me out a little bit. It's like, oh my god, it can parkour. It's a parkour fox. When did that happen? Why would you do that? Yeah, crazy critters. So in a way, with watering down the Avalon, just making it more like a glaze, so you get that yellowiness without going too crazy with it and or thick, because that doesn't help at all. Being a glaze, it sort of blends in better as well. Parkour fox, yes. Get everywhere those things around here. I was putting out the recycling Thursday morning, because I have to get up early because they collect them bloody early. So I normally have to get up like 6:30 to put all the stuff out, because you can't put it out overnight, because guess what? Parkour fox comes along, just starts ripping through everything, gets a bit of smell. Hey, there was a food container in there. It's got no food in it, but I'm going to rip that bag open and spread it around the street. So can't put anything out. So we keep them in these like containers. They're like benches, but hollow inside, so you can just open up the lid and put all these like recycle bags or bin bags. Because where we are, we have 1 week they pick up recycle bags, and then the following week they pick out the rubbish. So you got to live with crap for longer than you expect, which is never fun. I used to have a fox in my garden. They are pretty amazing. They are kind of cute in a way, but they're not cute when they're ripping rubbish bags up, because they're smart as anything as well. They'll find a way into stuff, and then just I don't want to be going around, especially rubbish bags. Like recycling bags, not too bad, but rubbish bags, because they've only just started doing like separate food waste recycling, so you've got to get all the appropriate sort of bins for that as well, or boxes or what have you. But but you usually just put it all into the rubbish bag, and then obviously recycle cardboard, plastic, metal in a separate bag. But yeah, foxes care not. They will get into it and they will just ruin it. everything's calmed down. Actually, I had some dogs climb. My sister's dog thinks he's a cat. Sits on the window and everything. Such striking colours. Loved it. That's. Well, I say the yellow bits here, not the head, but the yellow bits here will be and on the leg. I'll get the old Tamiya tape out and then do the black stripes on them. Kind of wish I'd picked red as a accent colour instead of, you know, checkers for my children. We learn. It's a learning experience, mouse. You could have food, yeah. Always I take our recyclables to a place here. They don't pick them up, but they would trash. Yeah, neighbourhood dogs get into everything because people don't keep their dogs contained as they should. True. I remember forgetting to put out the garbage back when we lived in the house. It was a very smelly week in the neighbourhood. Well, that's the thing. It's like, oh, like where I am, because of bank holidays, everything gets shifted along. So after sort of Christmas, because there's bank holidays, because Christmas was on a weekend, you get a bank holiday Monday. So I knew prior that recycling day was due on the Friday, but so I didn't put it out on a Thursday because I knew it was going to be on a Friday. Unfortunately, I slept in on the Friday and was woken up by one recycling or rubbish vehicle. It was doing like some food waste collections, and so I've got clothes on, shot downstairs, managed to get 3 bags of rubbish out because obviously Christmas, so you've got a load of crap. I had about, I think we had in total around about 7 or 8 bags, I think. So I managed to get 3 out just as they were sort of on their way out, and they won't hang around basically. So I just managed to get rid of 3 bags of rubbish. So my first day off, I had to basically just load up the back of the car with other crap and take it down to the tip. You know, but them's the breaks, quite literally. Right. We got ourselves a nice composter for the backyard. Helped quite a lot. Compost is great. I'm all for, so like, you know, recycling and stuff like that. Unfortunately, in our garden, we don't have any use of composting for plants and stuff, unless you can sell it. I really would like to get one for inside with worms and all. It's quite faster and it ends up being less smelly. There you go. See, it's always this technology, natural technology. Right there, Timo? No. This is annoying. Did I have it out already? Yeah, I did. Damn it. And a bit of iron breaker into the eyes. You can see that iron breaker there on the eyes, because I'm gonna, once that's dry, go over that with a. I'm gonna give orc flesh a go. I normally would use like waystone green, but no. I don't think I did actually use waystone green. I used something. It wasn't waystone green on reflection. Yeah, the green. Yeah, so that was orc flesh over red vulture. Get the headlights. Boop the snoot. I guess I'll just split my remaining forces between the two sides and then look at what might need for actual games and such. Which is crazy stuff back in CA. The sun over there is crazy. It's full of sun. Brass. Yeah, all the sun, all the time. In California. Brass. You want it out, mate? Alright. There you go. Good boy. Move your butt. That's Timmy off. I try to do vegetables at least, some herbs, but I've not been gardening like I used to. Need to get back to it. What with prices and all. Oh God, GW, please just stamp what model what sprue is for already. Yeah, the Warbringer. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Oh, with Warbringers, just so you know, Mouse, when you're doing the leg, like piston guard things, on the back they actually have letters. So you've got LO, LI, LR, and LF. So, and on the other one you have RO, RI, RL, RF, and L and RR. So basically, rear, or right rear. Sorry, rear, right rear, right inside, right outside, right front. I don't look at the instructions anymore because I know. I go, right, okay. So much easier once you realise they're there. So it does help. Yeah, when you're a box mix model, though, yeah. But yeah, so because they're the things that like most people like spend hours like scratching their head again. Well, I don't know where it goes. So it's then figuring out how they pronounce as being left, but you'll find it. You can't really go wrong. So looking face on, I believe the right is the right. But yeah, it took me about three Warbringer builds to realise that they were their mouse. But once you know they're there, it's so much easier, and you just see it and you go, "Oh yeah, bang, bosh." The last one I built was just like almost like blindfolded, like done. So yeah, like obviously the the R left, the R front, and the R rear. Right rear and left rear and left front. They're the easy ones. But then you'll realise because of the lengths of the other parts, and you'll just, oh, all right, yeah, there you go. So much bloody easier. Oh, do they? The 28mm one has those as well until you glue the piston covers in, and then you don't have a clue. Right. What to do, what to do, what to do. Right. I'm going to go. I'm gonna stapling, stapling. So again, using stippling methods with this actually helps with the look of these containers being absolutely buggered. Because obviously they have been buggered in a way. Probably a little bit more top. One day this camera will focus. And I'll do pig. Whew. Times like these, I almost missed aerospace. Did you cut or not? I cut it, just clippers. Just went with a big pair of clippers and went gouged that out and then just chewed from side to side on that and just glued it back into place. I just found out what I did with that terrain. Now I had to paint it. Just making more work for yourself, Mouse. Oh dear, bless you. I still need to find one more melter gun. They redesigned the ramp on the assault pod, so now it's not so flimsy. Brass. Like that. What I will do also, he says, as he looks around, and cannot find what he's looking for. Yet again, unsurprisingly. What I want. Rune Fang Steel. Never been spongy. Yes. Well, thanks GW for completely not labelling which gun is which and how to build, because that would be useful. Sure. I'm making a 28mm Corvus assault pod for my big warlord. I have a big melter cannon on the top that softens up the targets, and I want to have 3 melters each side to ramp to assist. Honestly, GW would do well to put a book out, a guide with all the weapons. It's like, this is X, X is blah blah blah. And nice Rob. So extra AT1s probably wouldn't fit. Also, heavy flamers inside the pod to soften up targets before the termies run out for some jolly slaughter. Don't worry, we're going to come out and slaughter you all. Jollily. I like the sound of that. What's this time? Evil Sons. Oh, 81's a little too small. Oh, Warhound ones. Warhound ones would be interesting. Imagine like having them sticking out the side of the doorway. Battered up container. So this doesn't have that much scenery on it because obviously the sprinting pose was obviously trip hazard. So yeah, I just went with basic there, and obviously I went a little bit bigger on that little piece there because it's stepping round it. Well, that's the theory anyway. I gotta do regrets on there. Gosh. What's going on? Flamers are never wrong. No, they're never wrong. Also, probably have extras, but never mind. And you keep those 81s anyway, Rock on Knights. Yeah, a whole bag of Warhound weapons now. Yeah, there's so many. I said like, it wasn't until I started Legio Ozydax that I started magnetizing weapons. So all my Solaria Warhound are all glued in place. So they're not going anywhere. But all the other ones after them, well, I said my couple of Krytos ones, the first Krytos Warhounds are glued in place. The first Ignatum ones glued in place. The first Volcanum ones glued in place. I said it wasn't until I got onto Ozydax that I started magnetizing. So yeah, it was it's a pain, but it's a useful pain to have the ability to swap in and swap out. So you want your plasmas, you get your plasmas. You want 2 plasmas, yeah, well, that's not plasma there. Vulcan. Vulcan plasma is my favourite. No, that's not yours. That's not yours. That's yours. So I've got to do them as well. Yeah. Thank you, Mouse. I wanted the splash effects from the water, but my with my Greek, but I just couldn't get it right. For fuck's sake! Oh dear. I'm assuming the wider base is for the Warbringer. Well, Warbringer's on the same size as a Reaver. So the big one is Warlord, and then the Reaver and the Warbringer's on the same size, and then the round ones are for the Hounds. So extra heavy medium gel will really make a nice water effect, wave splash effects. That's the Warlord, yeah. Yeah, the real big one's Warlord, and then the other 2 ovals are Reaver and Warbringer. Same as a Raver. Yeah. As the thing is, like, I kind of wish that the bases for like the Warlord and Warbringer were bigger, just for basing, basically making them more, because there's only so much you can do with your Titans before they're stepping off the base. So like these 8mm ones for these guys, yeah, pretty perfect, you know. But yeah, all fun. Oh bloody hell! We're already into Sunday. Jesus, the time has just flown. Right, I'm gonna have to call it there because I've got work, and yeah, I'm obviously yawning a lot more than I was half an hour ago. So that, as always, as we come to this part of the evening, so say thanks to you guys for making tonight such an awesome evening of hobby chat and everything. So I'm gonna have to shuffle off the bed because I'm suddenly being hit by the tiredness now. But yeah, so again, thank you for hanging out for another Saturday Night Reaver with moi. Always lovely to have you guys along to chat with and to hobby with and get inspiration from, because you have helped out, and I'm sure we've helped each other out. It's the first time I've had to struggle to catch up with the chat as well. But yeah, no, thanks everyone. I hope you've had an enjoyable time, and as I say, we'll be back, or hopefully you'll be back as well, but I'll be back next Saturday as per norm, and I hope to have you guys along with me for another hanging out, because it's really fun. So take care. So I'll see some of you, I might see on Wednesday nights with Artist Empire on his YouTube channel for a paint over. But if I don't, hopefully I'll see you next Saturday again. And well, next Saturday I'll be doing oil washing, so Ivy can see how I oil wash and stuff. So that'll be fun. All right, night everyone. Take care, and let's all be good and happy hobbying. Peace.